Alright. We'll see if this patch broke the game again. Good morning. WebSocket expired. All right. Good morning, guys. Oof. Wow. The new demo ranch. Paid for by YouTube. Well, and sponsorships. That's crazy.
From your good old buddy Matt. If you ever see a porta potty steaming, don't go in. Nothing good is going on in that porta potty.
Woof.
That means that something bad happened in there right before you got there. Robert Oberst walked in there and he dropped a huge progress on some planning stuff for the resort today. I'm gonna let you.
My God.
But first, let's fix this terrible camera that the audio, like in probably 10% of the clips, is super annoying, underwater sounding, robotic sounding, because I got a brand new camera.
Off. God damn.
So now that I have a new camera, this is a Sony RX100 M7, which is actually the same one this one is. It's actually like my 9th one of these, probably. That's
Maybe buy a different camera, brother. Maybe buy a different camera. Buy a really good DSLR. Oh God. The fuck is that? Ah. Phenomenal. They didn't fix anything. They broke it again. fucking 55 frames. These people can't do anything right. Nikita came up with the game idea and he tells them that it looks good, but like they can't do anything right to like make the game run well. It's absolutely ridiculous. I miss the snow so much. I should be getting 80 to 90 frames. Well, 70 to 80. Say 70 to 80. Sometimes it peaks at like 75. Whenever I'm facing a wall. And it doesn't have to render anything. Ah, that's back. The do thing.
Блять, берца щеми! Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь.
Good.
Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне.
The fucking loser. He's hiding in there killing scavs. And he's in Russia. Cool. It's so cool. I love dying to Russians. It's so cool. They shouldn't even be on my fucking server. I can't choose Russian servers. Fuck off. Ba-ba-da-ba. What are the prerequisites for this? Oh yeah, we're not doing that. I'm not doing shit like this quest line is just fucking stupid. I'm not laying in a goddamn bush forever. I'm not laying down with a fucking bolt action rifle so that I can get shot in the head by some asshole all goddamn day. It's not. Pass. A lot of these questions are just stupid. Waste of fucking time and energy.
Not a lie. I'll show you later. All we have to do is transfer your consciousness over to this one. Okay, here we go. Hold on to your seats. It's gonna be a wild. Oh wait, no, it's actually really simple. Guys, hey, hello, you there? Y'all actually look better than before. Hopefully I sound better than before.
You don't.
Giddy up, partners. We got a resort to build.
As you probably know, this is the last weekend of the year to get your football bets in. So we teamed up with DraftKings to bring you guys some awesome deals. So, well, you get in there and you combine multiple bets together at Super Bowl 58.
That could have been anyone. We're out here at the big range. Let's go over there. 10 feet tall.
That's awesome.
With 10 feet taller dirt on top of it, giving us a 20-foot tall berm. But I want it to be safer. So, update on the berm and the range is we are going to put
A roof.
telephone poles sticking up all up top. Basically to catch anything, if someone hits something and it bounces, just to catch it. So I think I want to get
Telephone
10
poles?
to 15 feet taller on top of the center of the berm. So you can see that thing goes from there to there. Probably go a little bit further than it with telephone poles all up here, which will look really epic. It'll give us a place to put a sign, Desperado Range up there. And it'll also make this range just like as safe as possible. It's going to be one of the safest ranges.
That sounds expensive.
Let me show you what else we've done. Let's go
Granted.
way back there. So at the last range,
Watching them build the berm.
this big
Expensive.
berm built all this area. So we had parking all over here. We had food over there. We had a big central tent here. All the tables, the whole lineup was all there shooting at this berm. But a lot more people came than we expected. It was packed here. So we thought, let's make more berm. So we cleared this area over here and started making a berm back over there. So this berm is going to be about the same.
Another berm. Our FPS isn't tanking when we ADS. That's cool. It's cool. That's neat. It's gonna pre-roll ads in 6 minutes. We'll hang out back up here a little bit so that when they run, I need to kill players and scavs. Ow. That was all thorax? I needed to come in at night. I forgot. Why are they shooting at me? Or are they? Ow. Getting a lot of frames. What the fuck's going on? Well, we can't go that way, so I guess we go this way. This level 5 plates go burr. I don't actually know if that was a road. It's kind of weird from like the spot I was getting shot from. I don't think it was a road. It could have been. It could have been. It feels like they slightly increased the range on this optic. Could be wrong. They didn't. I lied. I lied. Sorry. I was mistaken. Sorry. I did not lie. I was mistaken. Sounds better. Headshot. Need to kill scabs along the road anyway. I have nades. I can never remember which direction these doors open. I feel dumb every time I try and open one. I fought in your general direction. Man. My grandpa used to love those movies. He would just laugh and laugh. He said, "This is so stupid." Oh man. But he laughed at that shit. Alright, the flesh wound? Come back here, coward. I thought that was a different. Wait, it can see through glass now? No. Just some. Just some paints. The loot, like the past day on this map, the loot hasn't been nearly as good as it was. It happened yesterday on my Skype. Kill scavs at the road. tabs on main road. That is 338 Lapua. What's up, Skate? Good morning. From North Carolina, one of the only southern states with a Democrat governor. And idiots. It's all because of Charlotte. Fucking morons. You know what a lot of people don't actually realize? There are very few, excuse me. There are very few, like Democrat states. Like Colorado and California are Democrat states. But there are plenty of Republicans that live in those states. Like, it's not like everybody in that state's a fucking lunatic. But, somebody said there are no such thing as Democrat states, only Democrat cities. And due to gerrymandering, those Democrat cities carry the vote for the states. Gerrymandering should be illegal, in my opinion. I don't think they should be allowed to do that. My best friend who's a trucker lives in it. That's awesome. Lives near Rocky Mount. Even California is mostly red. It's mainly Los Angeles that's blue. Yeah. And like I don't know how they do that. You know what I mean? Like that one city carries the vote for most of the state. It's really strange how that can be a thing. How do less people? I don't know. I think we need to eliminate the electoral college and go back to using the popular vote. And you should have to have a birth certificate, a valid birth certificate, to vote. Popular vote just makes it really does. The electoral college is a fucking scam. That's a player. We saw our first speed hacker yesterday. That was cool, I guess. First speed hacker of the way. The strangest thing about it was he wasn't killing anybody, and he didn't even try and loot my airdrop over here. It was kind of odd, but I mean it makes sense. Especially now, I imagine most cheaters that have EOD accounts don't want to lose their EOD account since they can't buy them now. But yeah, popular vote makes sense. Whoever thought the Electoral College was like a good idea was a scam artist. Almost like organized religion. And tithes. This part of the map's so goddamn broken. It feels like my audio changed, but it shouldn't have. Nope. My latency just dropped a lot. So weird when that happens. Player scav. Player scav. Gotta make it to past the shoreline. I fucked up. I should have went south at the bridge rather than running from that guy. Bear with me. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. That was his friend. Yes, sir. Easy does it. Oh shit. I missed the train. Fucking with these idiots. Good. Military base is my best hope. Please be there. Please. Sir. I don't think it's there. Shit. Da, 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 da. I don't know if I make it to path the shoreline. I need to Get Stam so I can make it all the way. I hope that the rogues don't aggro me. That would suck. Cannot. It is there. It is there. I wish that you could tell from there, but cannot tell from up there, unfortunately. I think it's there. It is not. I was wrong. Should be able to make it past the shoreline as long as I don't run into a player or anything that I have to take my time with. Ads chat. Ads. I've seen entire 3 and 4 mans just hang out up there, lay down in the rocks. Hey. Those both there? Sick. NVIDIA released a an AI model. That's cool, I guess. Mm. Damn. It's just doing most of the quests in the game, and I can't be bothered. So like, I hate doing sniper quests. I think they're stupid. Because you're required to use a bolt action rifle to do them. Most people would use a DMR to snipe nowadays. They're not going to use a bolt action rifle unless they're shooting fucking 1,000 meters. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's just not like, you know, I could easily do the sniper quest with a 5.56, you know, an M4. You know, you can easily do the sniper quest with an M1A or an SVD, but they don't count. They don't count. It's got to be a bolt action. See, this is an assault carbine. This is a marksman rifle, not a sniper rifle. This isn't even a, even though it says sniper rifle, it's a marksman rifle. The only snipers have to be bolt action, and it's fucking stupid. Like, I can't be bought. It's too stressful for my brain to die all goddamn day because I missed my first shot, or I killed the first one and then the other 3 shot me in the back. Like, that's doing the sniper quest past like the first 2 weeks of wipe. I can't be bothered. It's so stupid. I can't be bothered. I'm too goddamn lazy and impatient. And I don't play off stream. A lot of people do their sniper, a lot of streamers do their sniper quest off stream because it's so boring. They're just laying down for hours. Like just prone in a fucking bush or some shit. Like it's so fucking boring. Nobody wants to watch that. I mean, some people want to watch it. That's why what's his name is so popular. The rat, like there are people who rat like as their main playstyle, and they're popular, which is fine. But like I don't get any sort of enjoyment out of that. So I'm not gonna do it. So I'll never have Kappa because I'm not good at running around with a bolt action rifle. I'm not Glorious E. And that's okay. I am not Glory. We got a cheater band. I really would like to complete Long Road and do my night kills for Peacekeeper at the same time. But for some reason, if you go into Lighthouse at night, very, very, very few scavs spawn on Long Road, on the main road. There are some aspects of this game that just make it make several quests unnecessarily grindy. Do I have a top 3 maps? Factory Woods and Lighthouse. But I like Lighthouse because the first wipe I played it was really good. You could go to the island, so it kind of split the players between the top of the map and the bottom of the map, and that made sense. But now you can't go to the bottom. There's nothing at the bottom of the map. You only go north. So it plays really stupid now. And I don't like that change. So this wipe, I would probably say, in terms of map enjoyment, I would have to switch Lighthouse out for Shoreline. So Shoreline, Woods, and Factory are my probably 3 favorite maps. Factory's my favorite because it's Agilla. He's my favorite boss. He's the homie. Shoreline's better since they added the other POIs and reworked some of the mountainous regions. Like Shoreline is 10 times better now compared to last wipe. The biggest downside to Shoreline is that there are lots of people that just sit in bushes and sit at the corner of the map and camp extracts and stuff like that, which is kind of lame, but it's part of the game. I would say that Lighthouse is probably my favorite scav map, for sure. Like, hands down, actually, yeah. Hands down, that's probably, yeah. That's my favorite scav map.
Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне.
There's still players in here. He's not checking the fucking map. Hey.
План готов!
What the fuck was that?
Патронов нет!
Oh. I think there's a player up here. Or a trader scav. Or maybe this was a trader. I don't know.
Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные!
Strange scav behavior. It's all been looted to nothing.
Нормально, нормально.
Ну, начало дня уже неплохое.
GG, guys. That gets me max skier. Fuck. Okay. It is the that's not right. It's this other one. The wait. Yeah. Yeah. Cannot install the UB. Okay. MOEAK. Excuse. Oh, there's. It's gonna be a WebOp 3 to 24 by 42. Wait, where's the? Oh, there they are. This is one of those retarded looking guns. This like sits inside of that scope. It's not 45. It's not on a cant. I don't think. It used to not be anyway. No, I don't think it is. Pretty sure this is a flat optic mount. It's it's one of those things. It's just like, why, bro? Like, we have canted mounts in this game, dog. Like, chill out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it sits like in this optic. It's really weird. Really weird.
Size as far as how much ground it covers. We're not gonna make it as tall though. This is gonna be just for all the crazy stuff. That'll be the epic tall range. This over here will be for pistols and lower caliber stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
Side. But we'll have twice as much room for firing line. We're just dumping stuff here. That's all gonna be moved eventually, but we are pushing that back and slowly gonna start building up this berm on this side. So we have twice as much room for firing line, but also twice as much room for parking. So we're gonna keep clearing these trees back here because last time we ran into a big problem with just having space to park all of those cars out here. Okay, that's the big update on the range. The range is something we actually have a handle on. We know what we're doing. It's clear in my mind. The rest of the resort, very fuzzy. So when I first bought this place, my plan was to first renovate these buildings.
To make them.
There are
Yeah.
7 buildings back here, and they're fairly simple. They've got good walls. They have a good
Yeah, they
roof.
really do.
They haven't let water in.
Wow.
There's not a ton of rot. They need new windows and doors and fixtures and cleaning up.
Yeah.
But not a
Remodeling.
complete gut. So that's what I was thinking about doing first. Okay, maybe I get all these rooms
Yeah, that would be sick.
done.
You go out there and you like stay a week, fucking shoot guns, and
All these cabins are built,
that would be cool.
and people can stay in them.
That would be really cool.
But what the heck?
It would probably cost a fortune, but I would never be able to afford it. But really cool idea, brother. Very neat place he's got going on there.
For vacation,
Actually,
retirement, your first home, and more. We're here to help you do you.
we're here to help you do you.
sleep here, and it was great. But then you want to go play, and there's nothing to do. So you're like, okay, well, you know, it's early in the morning. Let's go get some breakfast.
Some brekkie, bro. Gotta go get that brekkie, bro. Meat and eggs, brother. We don't play with that bread shit, dog. I love carbs, but like, they're so bad for you. We don't need grain anymore. We have meat, brother. Yeah, but you don't need carbs, you need calories. You can increase your caloric intake without eating carbs. And most, well, I sorry, without eating bread and those kind of carbs. I don't know. I just know that I feel better when I'm eating meat and not eating bread and junk food and stuff like that. So, mean, I fuck with rice hard too. I am a Cajun, brother. They like that rice. Oh no, you've mistaken. I do not eat veggies. No. Nah, I'll eat the occasional vegetable, but it's not a staple in my diet. Meat and leafy greens. I don't eat kale or lettuce. Not regularly, anyway. Kale is fucking gross. I don't like it. Lettuce is... I mean, it's just water. It's water in a green wrapper. I try to stay away from chicken. I don't eat chicken very often. It's red meat and leafy greens like collard greens and mustard greens, stuff like that. I try not to eat a whole lot of chicken though. What the fuck was that? Just because they put a lot of hormones and stuff in chicken, stuff in chicken. So like, I try to eat red meat. And milk and cheese. I eat milk and cheese as well. One of the biggest things about starches is that when it comes in contact with your salivary amylase, it breaks it down into the sucrose. Like it turns into sugars and stuff. The fuck? I talked to a guy over here the other day. Like 5 minutes left in raid, he was prone in the woods. For some reason, my my laptop was playing noises. I don't know where that came from. We're gonna go over here. I keep my laptop open with stream up, so because I had an issue with my auto clip not clipping and my NVIDIA instant replay not saving replays. So like I can go over here and hotkey a save clip. In Twitch. It's a habit at this point to do it. And now it just serves as a backup, honestly. I've just gotten used to turning it on and keeping it up. Think you're about to go reserve at night? I hate that fucking map. That is hands down my least played map in the game. Like I don't even have to think about it. Reserve is my least played map. And I don't go into the bunker because it's always some fucking squad of losers sitting in the dark. It's so fucking stupid. That map is not worth it unless you're scavving. It's a good scav map. See what I mean? No scavs spawn on this road at night. It's the dumbest shit ever. Thoughts on Customs? Customs is a good map. But since they put the goons on the map, it's always packed full of high-level players and and scabs trying to get that gear. Just need scabs on this road and players, and I haven't seen any. There's a player that's already unlocked Lightkeeper that's over there on the island because they were shooting at things from over there. Pretty sure that's where those bullets were coming from, unless they were at the mouth of the bridge. They could have been over there, those rocks, but you just bartered for Bitcoin? Hell yeah. So the Bitcoin barter is used to buy thick cases, thick weapons cases. Yeah, we're gonna have to go somewhere else to get our nighttime kills, obviously. Let's go this way, go past the shoreline. I might die, but it'd be fun. Yeah. Yeah. We're on a 5 survival streak. Good enough. Did you know that your overall survival streak is a combination of both your PMC and scav survival rates? And or your overall is a combination of both your survival rates, and then your longest survival streak is a combination of both your scav and PMC. It's really weird. I found that out yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever done the Bitcoin barter, if I'm being honest. Think you acquired Ligma? Ligma balls. Alright, we'll head on over to the extract, take this optic off. And put a I swear to God, I'm hearing something over here. And then put a daytime optic on, and then come back, see about completing our long road kills, because this is the 4th time I've run Lighthouse at night and not seen a single scav on that road. Pathetic. There's a player over here as well. Well, player scav. This one. Player scav. Da-da. Oh. Ah. I am practically a fucking boat. God damn it. What the fuck was that? Cheers, bro. No audio, nothing. Just fucking died. 800 hours in the game, and he's level 50 something. With a better survival rate than me, a higher KD than me. Which is fine, but no. No. Cheater's gonna cheat, bud. They're not even like good at cheating. They're dog shit at cheating. They're the worst, most obvious cheaters I've ever seen. Like, they're almost as bad as the people that fly around the fucking map. All right.
There's not a room to get breakfast. In fact, there's no food at all. There's no amenities at all. All it is a nice room. So then I'm like, okay, starting at rooms doesn't make sense. So what if we started a restaurant? Oh, dang it. That's right. Our restaurant
Burned down.
Shoot. I forgot about that. So not only would I have to build a brand new restaurant from the ground up, I also then have to learn how to run a restaurant from the ground up. Okay, that seems hard for my very first thing. Well, what if we don't plan on making hotel rooms and restaurant first? What if we make more of Airbnb types? We could easily do that with this building. This was a 4-unit building before, but we could make like a 2-unit and put kitchens in. So we're actually on the second floor. You can see there's a floor down there. All underneath us, there's another floor. Then there's another like kind of bump up loft area up here. We could make this a 2-unit with kitchens in both units. So there's like big living space, 2 to 3 bedrooms.
Like a lodge, like a hunting lodge, sort of.
Like 4 bedrooms each. Could be a nice Airbnb, double Airbnb building, little duplex. Plus the view is amazing out here. Look
Oh,
at that.
wow.
The river's full right now. It's so good. And the beauty with an Airbnb is you are in charge of your own food. You don't need a cafeteria or a restaurant or anything like that on campus. Like it's just an Airbnb. You go down and play on the river. This building would be the more family style Airbnb. And then these 2 buildings, they're 3 stories, would be kind of more couple oriented Airbnb.
Welcome back. I hate this spawn because it'll spawn people all the way around you. I hate most of the spawns on this fucking map. Most of them are gross. honestly don't know why they made a map that's so narrow and not, like, I don't know. It's a very weird shape. What is that key called? And where are the goddamn scabs, dude? Need scabs. That big stick has PvP in it. Ow. No, 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 you piece of shit, bro. Goddamn rats, bro. It's stupid as fuck. Literally just hiding. Fucking losers. I don't know. I don't fucking know. He'll kill us. He'll kill us. We can't. Oh, well, he's not gonna get anything. How do you drop items so fast? U. I press U. He can suck my dick. I'm not sure if that's a default keybind though, honestly. I don't have default keybinds though. They're a little different. They are a little different. I don't know where that dude was for him to continue shooting me after I went over that hill. I don't know. That was weird. It's fine. And because I left, I didn't get to see who he was. Yeah, discard you. But yeah, that's one of the. I don't know. That's a daytime raid. They're not fucking stupid. They are fucking stupid. On Lighthouse anyway, it's fucking stupid. There is nowhere that guy could have been to continue shooting me after I went over that hill. Like, all I need are fucking scavs on that goddamn road, and they refuse to spawn fucking scavs on that road when you have this quest. It's absolutely retarded. You go into a scav raid, there's fucking 30 scavs on that road. You go into a PMC raid while that quest is active, there's 0. You might get 1 or 2 a raid. It's the most retarded fucking thing ever. It's almost as retarded as when you get a quest to find items, the spawn rate drops. Fucking dumb. There are lots of mechanics in this game that just don't make any sense, and they serve just to make the game unnecessarily tedious. You could find 5 bundles of wires one raid. You get out of that raid, you accept a quest to turn in bundles of wire. Okay. You go into another raid and you don't see a single bundle of wire for the next 24 hours. That's why I don't accept find and transfer quests unless I already have the items, because it's fucking stupid. You spend all day looking for these one items. This one fucking item. Stupid. It's annoying. If we die this rate, I'm getting off of Tarkov. I'm gonna do something else. It's fucking stupid. I died to a cheater, and then last raid was just sus. I don't really know anything about the guy that killed me because I left. I should have let myself die, I guess. There's no reason to play the fucking game if I'm not having fun. If I'm not enjoying it. It's just a waste of my fucking time. Waste of you guys' time. On the plus side, we are all Wi-Fi now. Where did that key go? God damn it. Bro, god damn it. One's already killing scabs over here. One already killed a scav over here. fuck that. I got to need to search this bag. Move my stuff. We did just get a nade kill. That's sick. Love those. Love that for me. Alright, we need to reset. One of the luckiest nades I've thrown in a while. I just wanted to flush him out. I didn't think he was gonna sit there and fucking die to it. Oh man. F1 thorax. Excuse me. My mama think I stink. Got burnt holes in my memories. Wonder what this shoots like. I don't imagine it's that great. That great. Imagine, I could be wrong. That was wrong. The fuck? How you do that, brother? That is stupid. It's far more ergonomic. These are kind of It's got 5 more ergo. Fuck you, brother. This thing's so big. Huh? Transfer items. Up here there. Oh yeah, that one's in here for that, so that I don't accidentally sell the fucking thing. She'll probably give me that for it. Jazz, acid rapper, soccer hacky sacker. Bomp bomp, rocky rocket launcher. Thank for retweets. She's my favorite song. I just don't know the words. Much are these right now? Something stupid. Rest my case. My jam is my jam about my jam about my jam about that jam. And yeah. We have killed 0 scavs on that fucking road today. Been almost 3 hours.
Because there's plenty of room in here for
It used to be worth it to factory scav,
living area.
but like now, like my scav isn't spawning with anything worth a shit. Occasionally he'll spawn with a labs card. Ooh.
Fantastic.
But like he doesn't get any good gear, he doesn't get any good optics or anything.
And it's a way that I could start making money
Just
faster.
might as well go somewhere that actually has loot and hasn't been fucking emptied out.
Before we have an operating resort, we could have just buildings that people rent out and come stay in for a few days, a week, whatever they want. There are a lot of pros, but there are also a few cons. The most obvious con seems to be like, what do people do while they're here if we have this open before there's anything else? The other main issue is once this is an operating resort, well, then we put kitchens in all of these 3 buildings over here, and we won't really need them anymore because then there theoretically would be a restaurant. And so we made Airbnb houses that we don't really need anymore. We wish they were just...
Yeah, but some people may not want to eat at the restaurant. They might want to be able to cook.
hotel type houses. So let's scratch that. People have been asking me for years, sending me tons of messages about getting married at Demolition Ranch. So what if we just built a venue first? So there was a big building out here. It was huge and was their venue. It was where they did all of their big events, their indoor weddings, where they had companies come do their,
that building's ugly as fuck.
Retreats, and they would
Holy.
have reunions, and it was a huge
no.
hall for this, a banquet room. So I actually went, and we had someone draw up plans.
A banquet
Totally renovate
room.
and expand on to that building. This is it right here. So it was just this.
$31 minutes. Need to put in eye drops. Okay.
Ну чё, попадос вам тут всем, залетные?
follower I got yesterday, the account was deleted. Okay. Okay.
Буду бить аккуратно, но сильно.
This is random, but there are so many feminine men out there these days. Yes. A lot of it has to do with our food supply, but also they're like the feminist movement. Made it seem popular, like didn't make it seem popular. Let me word this correctly. The feminist movement and what it did to the way, like, a lot of women, like the way they see the world now and the way they see men now, they don't see them as protectors. They see them as I don't know how to explain it. A lot of it has to do with the culture that has been fostered, and when you have a culture that fosters such things, that allows such things to occur, people don't have to fight, people don't have to be aggressive, people don't have to they don't have to be manly men, and they become deluded in this sense that they don't have to be manly men. And what that does is it builds children that think that's okay. And after a while, you have this entire society full of men that are no different than a woman in terms of how they see the world. men still had to fight, there would be far less. You know, like, you know, if they had to fight for, if we still had to fight for survival, it would be far less common. Because men like that die. They die. They don't, they either learn medicine or they die. Those are the two things. Like, feminine men 100 years ago didn't procreate. They didn't do it. Nobody wanted a feminine man. Because they have poor genetics. They have weak genetics. That's a fact. However, so once women got power and they could go out of it, they look for somebody that's not a protector, but a partner, somebody that they get along with, somebody that will kneel to them, sort of thing. And it builds an unhealthy dynamic in society. Couple that with a terrible food supply that's full of estrogen and other unhealthy things, and you have these super emotional men that crave the approval of women, and that's a weak man.
Нормально, нормально.
Estrogen and soy-rich foods be abundant now. Yeah, and soy is literally estrogen filled. Sorry for complaining. Oh no, you're good, bro. I understand completely. I have an issue with it as well. It's very sad because it's affecting our civilization now. Weak men, hard times. What do these go for? Weak men create hard times create strong men create easy times create weak men. The degeneracy that we're seeing in the world now, throughout history, you can look, and once the degeneracy takes hold, civilizations fall. I'm gonna sell this. Unless it is corrected. What about doggy? Dog. Oh, hold on. Dog got the video. Dog. It's not. It's not zooming on her. Not even focusing on her. It's fine. It's fine. Hold on. I can actually pull up a good picture of her. Squirrel. She's shitting. Oh, that's another dog. That's an older dog. This is her right after we first got her. She was sick and we didn't know it yet. She weighs like 40 pounds more than this now. She's so cute. Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy her. She's great. She's very sweet. Far sweeter than I ever deserved in a dog. Why can't I buy these? Oh. Oh. They're quest locked. Okay. Right. We go back to trying to kill scavs. Oh yeah, there is a picture of. Oh, there used to be a picture of her in the About me. Um. Need a pet channel in my Discord. Be right back. don't know how people wear how you would wear this backpack comfortably over top of an armored rig. Like with those big ass like the pads on the armored rig are big as shit to begin with, and a lot of people run things through them. So like how do you run your water through it and do that without fucking hurting yourself? Without it pinching your shoulders, all this shit and stuff. You spark this shit. That block button go burr. Miami Dolphins fan. Why? Why? How's it going, bud? Welcome. I don't know why I climbed and he went back down into crouching. That was weird. Black Hero be painful? Is the mental anguish... Yeah, I shot him in the head in the spray. I missed like 2 or 3 of them and then he got hit in the head. Is the mental anguish you feel by not entering into a relationship greater than the pain you will feel from discontinuing your friendship? Is the question that you have to ask yourself. And from there, it's up to you which one you would prefer, you know what I mean? Some people think it's worth it to remain friends with people in that situation, and some simply do not. That bag's bigger than I thought. I appreciate you too. I appreciate you as well, bud. Yeah. The first one came out weak. I had to say it a different way. Brother, I don't have any friends, so probably not. No. I'm also in that boat where most women that have a lot of guy friends are not high quality women. Let's be honest. Most high quality women are homemakers. They want to have children. They want to have a partner that they do everything with, you know, like most high quality women are like that. They don't seek the attention of multiple guys at a time. They don't, and a lot of people just don't understand that. They get stuck on the attraction. And they can't get past it. I mean, and most women do. Most women do. I mean, guys like attention as well. They just don't get it as often, and it's far harder to maintain. But when you go out of your way to make that your dopamine hit, it becomes an unhealthy habit, and it's just not a good way to look at things. And most people like that will never be great partners. Which is fine. I mean, some people are not meant for it. No, some people are not meant for it. Now, unfortunately, some of those people will spend their entire lives looking for the perfect person, not realizing that it's them that's broken. People who can't be alone are also a red flag. People who are incapable of spending any time by themselves. Outside of the two guys that we met earlier, we've been we've had a good couple of raids the past few. Good couple of raids. These past couple. Like a vampire sucking the energy from their victims. Yes. Some people are so goddamn draining, it's terrible. Finally no longer rocking the white t-shirt. I'm pretty sure this is the stock USEC upper. I just changed the pants because I hate the fucking pants that come on him. They're terrible. But these pants go hard as fuck. I love it. I love these pants. I want some. That's pretty sick too, because it's a similar holster that I got. That's a Safariland holster. Mine just has the Cordura on the outside and the multicam pattern. But yeah, it's the same. It's the same model. It's just a different color, and this is raw plastic. This is just standard plastic. I want one of these, but they want $60 for the fucking thing. The drop leg platform, they want $60 fucking for it. It's so gross. Or you can get one for like $30, but it's Chinese made. Made in China. China. Oh man. Oh man. Immediately when I read China, I immediately think Trump. China. China. Oh man. He's a fucking trip, dude. What is this key called? I need to look that up, and I also need to get another, I need to move my keys around. I accidentally, changed all of my keys. I wish this fucking loser would stand up faster. doesn't make sense. You would have had to have been there, I guess. But like, it sounded like he was here and then shooting me through all of that. I don't know. Probably just the game. He's probably up here somewhere. Guy that killed us a couple raids ago, but we gotta get out of here. Ads are gonna run in 3 minutes. 3 minutos. Fucking loser. Every goddamn time. Hiding in the bushes. Let's get back up. Oh. Um, where's my cottage key? That's not it. These doors. Hillside. I don't know what I just deleted, but whatever. Fill. There it is. The fuck? Um, that's a shoreline. There. Linked magazines. What do you got here? Rest my case. I still haven't seen a goddamn scav on this fucking road. We're still at fucking 9. I'm pretty sure. This is retarded. This is why people stop playing the game. Stupid shit like this. I've done like 6 raids today, and I've seen 0 fucking scavs on that road. It's absolutely retarded. I'm done. I'm gonna watch videos.
This central square right here, and then there was slab over here and slab over here, but this was all trash, so we destroyed all that, and we just kept this, and we kind of designed what we wanted on the sides of this. Then we got in there and started looking at the main part of the building that still looked good because the wood up top was all beautiful and not rotten. And then we realized the slab was built on sand.
Jeez.
Only about this thick. We were like, that's weird. And then we started looking at all the walls, and we were like, these walls were not built right. And we realized this was a barn that someone turned into an event center. And the slab was bad. It was already cracking, and it was going to crack more because it was not built right, and it was not built on a good foundation. The walls were bad. The roofing was all bad. The only thing that was good was the like trusses going through. And I was like, well, it seems pretty dumb to rebuild a whole building
around trusses. Yeah, we're gonna finish watching this video and watch one more, and then I'm going to call it.
Actually made the most sense.
It's
So that entire building got leveled, and we ripped up the entire slab because
I've accomplished 0 today in terms of questing, because I only was doing 1 quest and I've seen 0 scavs on that fucking road.
A lot of money on them because we had a designer design them all out,
And it's like this every wipe. You get long road, and the scavs stop fucking spawning on the goddamn road every time you run a PMC raid. You have to lay prone and sit fucking still for 45 fucking minutes, 10 fucking times, just to kill 3 fucking scavs each raid.
His time is expensive. I sat with him a ton, and we sat there figuring out exactly what we
It's
wanted.
retarded.
This was going to be not only a banquet.
It's like this every goddamn wipe.
Have room for, a bride's room for her to get ready, a groom's room for him and all his groomsmen to be in getting ready. It was going to have a catering kitchen.
We're going somewhere else tomorrow. I'm done running my house.
You bring the food in, and it's got prep areas for it. We also had
I'm
offices
done
front,
running my house for a while.
The main front desk where you come to the resort. So you're going to drive straight up there, whether you're in a car and you're staying in a house, or you have an RV.
Maybe do shoreline. I don't know.
Out front. That was going to be where you check in. And so we were like, yeah, we knocked it all down. Let's go ahead and move forward on that, though, because we still need like a central office to check in.
The worst players in the game play lighthouse and cheaters.
Here's where it was. Here's our not thick at all slab.
Not really.
Out.
Not really.
Cleaning everything up. And this is where we were going to build it again. And you come out here and you get in your truck that's pulling your big camper trailer and you go down our awesome road all the way to check out the river, and you have the best freaking family weekend of your life, and your kids are like, Dad, that was awesome. I love you so much. So now you're thinking, Matt, what's wrong with that plan? That plan sounds pretty good, right? It does, until you consider this will be the most expensive building that we ever build on this property, most likely. It's gonna be like, I don't know, 12,000, 15,000 square feet. And it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be
Jesus.
It's gonna be where the bride wants to get
That's
married.
big as fuck.
An awesome back porch on it. It's gonna have a beautiful front area lobby where you come in, because that's the first appearance you get when you come to this resort. And so now I'm like, geez.
That sounds expensive.
Big con of this building is money.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very expensive. The very first thing we build, and we still don't have a resort. Everything is still rotten and trashed. But we got this one shiny diamond here. So do we do that? Yeah. Let's review.
Yes.
First. Pros. Easy, relatively inexpensive, and we have places to stay right off the bat.
I would do cabins.
What the heck do you do when you have a hotel room without the rest of the hotel? And it's not like a regular hotel where there's like a restaurant next to it. We're out in the middle of nowhere. There's not food close. Option 2, the cliff buildings, Airbnb style. Pros, not expensive, a little more expensive than the cabins, but not expensive in the grand scheme of things. And have places to stay right off the bat. So pros, we have income start coming in fairly soon. Happy guest. Cons, still the rest of the place is trashed. And do we really want guests here walking around while we're building everything else, and the whole place is pretty much a construction zone? I don't know. Option 3, venue. Pros, we keep it over there. People aren't wandering back over here. That is right in the front, and we can chain link this off to where you can't get back to the rest of the resort that is under construction. And then we also have income instantly start coming in, because we have weddings, events out there, RV park is open. It'd be great. There's only one, and it's money. That's the most expensive thing we are going to put into this resort, and it will be the first thing we do, which is scary. I have another gift shop area right there.
God damn it. I can't. Gift shop area. You lost me, brother. You lost me there.
Century ago, Lockheed's legendary SR-71 Blackbird was so far ahead of its time that even today, some 59 years since its first flight, there has yet to be a single aircraft to challenge its position atop the podium of fastest manned jets in history. Over its 3-decade career, the Blackbird famously had more than 4,000 missiles fired at it, and it managed to outrun
all of them.
One of them. But no aircraft is invincible, and the Blackbird was no exception. With looming concerns about high-speed Soviet fighters closing the capability gap, not to mention the need to train your fighter pilots against all sorts of threats, the U.S. Air Force decided to pit their Mach 3 reconnaissance plane against the best fighters America had to offer, both of which would go on to become legends in their own right. The U.S. Navy's F-14 Tomcat and the U.S. Air Force's F-15 Eagle. Let's find out what it took to bring down the Blackbird, not to mention which of these two flying powerhouses had the better shot. I'm Alex Hollings, and this is Air Power.
I'm going to show you how to make a cute
Stop it.
vintage-inspired wallpaper
Fuck
in
off.
partnership with Adobe
We don't
Express.
care.
So let's start by scattering our...
The SR-71 Blackbird was designed to defeat the most capable air defense systems and intercept fighters that the planet had ever seen, all through a combination of early stealth and electronic warfare technologies, meticulous mission planning, and maybe most important of all, sheer power. The SR-71 can really be seen as maybe the most successful design of famed aeronautical engineering deity Kelly Johnson. Johnson had already proven his designing mettle.
That plane is
projects
so
like
beautiful.
World War II's P-38 Lightning and America's first jet fighter, the P-80 Shooting Star, and most notably to that point, the high-flying U-2 spy plane. In fact, it was Johnson's efforts during the U-2 program that led to the establishment of the secretive military facility many of us now know as Area 51. But as groundbreaking as all of these previous efforts were, the Archangel program and the SR-71 it produced were really in a league of their own.
CIA's Supersonic A-12 reconnaissance aircraft by David Robage.
It produced were really in a league of their own. While the SR-71's disclosed top speed of Mach 3.2 tends to get the lion's share of attention, the truth is it wasn't just reaching that speed that made the Blackbird such an incredible platform. After all, aircraft like the rocket-powered North American X-15 went significantly faster, Mach 6.7 later that same decade. But while the X-15 could cover maybe 240 miles per flight and needed a complete engine rebuild after every 1 hour of operation,
holy shit,
the SR-71 was designed to fly faster than a speeding bullet for hours and hours on end before landing safely on an airstrip to be refueled for another flight the following day. I'll quote the man himself, Kelly Johnson, now. The idea of attaining and staying at Mach 3.2 over long flights was the toughest job the Skunk Works ever had, and the most difficult of my career. Early in the development stage, I promised $50 to anyone who could find anything easy to do. I might as well have offered $1,000 because I still have the money. The Blackbird's ability to sustain Mach 3 speeds for so long created massive engineering hurdles, like the need to invent new kinds of wire for the avionics systems that could survive huge temperature fluctuations, and the need to specially formulate hydraulic fluids that would work at ground level and 16 miles above the Earth. In order to meet both weight and temperature requirements, the decision was made to use titanium for 93% of the aircraft's structure.
Holy
but the
fuck.
only place in the world where you could get that much titanium was from the Soviet Union. So the CIA established a series of shell companies to secretly buy titanium that would be used to spy on the Soviets from the Soviets. Even the windshield posed unique problems, as the extreme temperatures of sustained Mach 3 flight would make glass translucent
the irony,
transparent, obscuring the pilot's view. Instead, the SR-71's windows had to be made out of solid 1 1/4 inch thick pieces of quartz that were sonically fused to the airframe.
Excuse me?
The quartz windows would get so hot during flights that crews could hold their rations just a few inches from the glass to rapidly heat them up before in-flight meals. Now, the SR-71 wasn't technically speaking a stealth aircraft, in that it wasn't designed with stealth as a priority right from the onset, but Johnson did incorporate a number of stealth design elements, thanks in no small part to competition with Convair's Kingfish, and these included things like early radar absorbent coatings. And as a result, the SR-71's radar cross-section has been estimated to be a range between as small as 0.1 square meters, or maybe as large as a Cessna 172. Either way, for a 107-foot long spy plane, that's not so bad. Now, it was actually this combination
that's a
of
large
speed
gap.
and stealth that made the SR-71, or the Habu as so many pilots knew it, so difficult to target. Basically, because its radar cross-section was so small, by the time surface-to-air missile systems
Could lock
identified it
on.
in the air, it was already
Was
right
gone.
above them. So even
Yeah.
if they were to launch a missile that had a closing rate that was faster than the SR-71's top speed,
They'd
it was
already get bombed.
out of range by the time the missile could reach its altitude. And the story wasn't much better for high-performance intercept fighters like the Soviet MiG-25, which could theoretically reach speeds as high as Mach 3.2 as well. It would just cost them both their engines.
Imagine something going as fast as the SR-71, but dropping nukes.
By the time MiG pilots knew there was a Blackbird inbound and they scrambled
Don't at
their
me.
aircraft, the SR-71 was already right overhead, leaving the MiG pilots with no choice but to try to climb as fast as they could to get within range of the SR-71, and by then it was already long gone. For
Wow.
most other fighters that weren't capable of climbing at these rates of speed or even achieving these sorts of altitudes, the SR-71 would just zoom by overhead at 20 or even 30,000 feet higher than most fighters could reach. And to that very point, the MiG-25 actually had a higher top speed and service ceiling than the F-15 Eagle, the F-14 Tomcat, or the Swedish Viggen, which is the only foreign fighter ever to get a confirmed lock on a Blackbird. But that
Really?
didn't stop American fighter pilots from managing to get their crosshairs squarely on the Habu. But in order to do that, they needed to massage the rules. And that makes this a great time to talk about how military exercises actually work. As we've discussed a number of times in the past, training exercises are very rarely organized in a way that would give the superior platform opportunity to flex all of its advantages to their fullest extent.
Really?
Now, those sorts of exercises do occur, but usually in the form of platform or system testing. The rules of engagement in complex combat training exercises usually aim to
Limit
level
it.
the playing
Got
field
you.
to some extent to give all the pilots and crews involved
Some sort of experience.
working from a tactical deficit or
Makes
a
sense.
disadvantage. In other words, commanders intentionally set the rules to give pilots experience fighting or surviving in uncomfortable circumstances.
Yeah.
Even if the aircraft they're
Fighting a
piloting
superior-
are so capable that uncomfortable is a pretty unlikely place to find oneself. F-22 Raptor pilots, for instance, are regularly disallowed from beyond visual range engagements during training exercises against other
Fair enough.
fighters, and are sometimes even required to keep their heavy fuel drop tanks under wing when scrapping in close quarters. Both conditions set by operational planners in order to nerf or diminish the Raptor's greatest combat advantages. By compromising its stealth and some degree of its maneuverability, F-22 pilots squaring off against capable fourth-generation fighters like the Eurofighter Typhoon
Yeah, the
suddenly
Raptor
find
is
themselves in unfamiliar territory,
scary.
fighting from a disadvantage. Of course, when the Typhoon pilots come out on top in these simulated duels, they tend to leave the Raptor's handicaps out of the story when they brag at air shows. And if you think the F-22 is often forced to fight with one wing tied behind its back, you'll be pretty shocked at the lengths SR-71 pilots would go just to make themselves a viable target for America's top-tier fighters.
Wow.
And when the fastest pilots in the sky got tired of losing and started breaking those training rules, not even the F-15 Eagle, the fastest fighter in American history, with an utterly unmatched modern air combat record of 104 wins and 0 losses, could come anywhere near touching the legendary Blackbird.
Wow.
The truth is, the McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle program might be described as an American overreaction to alarming assumptions made by the defense and intelligence communities about that
Fairly
aforementioned
common.
Soviet MiG-25. When the first images of this high-speed new fighter reached the Pentagon in 1967, its massive turbojet nozzles, vast wing area, and broad gulping intakes led many to believe that it was the most capable fighter ever seen to that point. In response, communities about that aforementioned Soviet MiG-25
Get a better
When the first images of this high-speed new
Image
fighter
of
reached
this
the Pentagon in
plane.
1967, its massive turbojet nozzles, vast wing area,
I don't
and
know.
broad gulping intakes led many to believe that it was the most capable fighter ever seen to that point. In response, the U.S. redoubled its development efforts into a new air superiority fighter, one that they hoped might be capable of standing toe-to-toe with what sure seemed to be a new Soviet juggernaut. Of course, the MiG-25 was nothing close to the high performer the US feared it to be, but American officials wouldn't find that out until 1976, when Soviet
Really?
pilot Viktor Belenko defected with one, and by then,
Holy.
the monster they built to take it on, officially known as the F-15 Eagle, had already been in service for 8 months. And as it turns out, when you take America's massive defense expenditures and allocate it towards defeating your own imagined nightmares, the end result is an absolutely
Nightmare.
game-changing performer. But with a top speed of Mach 2.5 and a service ceiling of 65,000 feet, the mighty Eagle had its work cut out for it trying to get the Habu, which derives its name from a pit viper, into its talons, especially as a result of the SR-71's electronic countermeasures, which were so important to the aircraft's success that details about their capability are still scarce to this day. In a series of books that I'll link to in the description, former Blackbird driver and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Richard Graham discussed his time flying high-speed sorties against the F-15 over the Nellis Air Force Base training range, not far from Area 51. Now, according to Graham, the intent of these exercises, which the pilots took to calling Eagle Bait sorties, was to give F-15 pilots
Eagle bait.
practice intercepting high-altitude, fast-moving targets as only the Blackbird could simulate. And the truth is, it wasn't really a fair fight, but I'll turn it over to Graham to explain that. To maximize scarce high-altitude, high-speed intercept practice for the fighters against the SR-71, we stacked the deck in their favor to avoid a multitude of missed
And consequently wasted time.
intercepts and
If you're not so the reason why he says it's a waste of time is that if you're not allowing the SR-51 to compete at its topmost notch, it's wasting the time of those pilots because they're not actually seeing or experiencing the capabilities of that fighter that they would see like IRL in real life. So their training is faulty because it's incomplete.
consequently wasted time. Now, it should come as little surprise that the F-15 struggled with a lot of the same challenges as the MiG-25 that it was designed to beat, and one of them was certainly altitude. As
It really
we mentioned,
is.
the F-15's service ceiling is listed as 65,000 feet, but the truth is, fighter jet cockpits are not pressurized in the same way as we might expect from a commercial aircraft. And as a result, there is a great deal of risk associated with flying at high altitudes. 60,000 feet, which is 5,000 feet below the F-15's service ceiling, is generally considered to be the Armstrong limit, or Armstrong line. And it's at that altitude and higher that human blood will literally boil at our average body temperature if outside the protection of a pressurized cockpit or pressure suit. In other words, it's theoretically possible for an F-15 to fly high enough to kill its own pilot, and as you might imagine, issues with pressure become significant well before the Armstrong limit. And as Graham recounts
I
in
can
his book,
imagine.
F-15 crews with the cabin systems and flight suits available at the time were limited to being above 50,000 feet for a maximum of 90 seconds. Now, in order to achieve altitudes as high as 55,000 feet at just the right time to intercept, F-15 crews were given permission to do what's called a zoom climb. Now, a zoom climb is when your aircraft climbs in altitude using more
Holy
than just the
shit.
power it has available from the engines. Effectively, you do the same thing you might with a Hot Wheels track by accelerating along a horizontal or even declining trajectory to get a good head of steam and build up a great
Okay.
deal of speed before pulling the nose up aggressively and using all that
Bro,
added
that would
speed
pull
to
so
help
many
you
G's
climb
on you.
in
Oh
short
my
order.
god.
But even that was not enough to get a lock on the Blackbird alone, though it might not be fair to blame the Eagle itself for that. Its real shortcomings came in the form of its onboard radar at the time, as well as the AIM-7 Sparrow air-to-air missiles that it had to rely on for long-range engagements. As it turned out, it was the Eagle's AN APG-63
I've only been on a
radar and its fire
plane
control systems that were the first to struggle, because as F-15
3 or 4
pilots tried
times.
to target the SR-71 from head-on, which seemed like their
Commercial
best bet,
airliner.
it turned out the speed gates on the radar fire control system, in other words, the filters set to narrow down radar returns to only legitimate threats, was set to only look for targets traveling slower than 1,500 miles per hour. And as SR-71 pilot David Peters would later recall, that just wasn't enough. I'll quote him now. "We were casually warping along at 1,850 to 2,000 miles per hour, so for them, we didn't exist. But even with
Wow.
that issue resolved through a software change, F-15s still
Sheesh.
struggled to find a target. So as a part of stacking the deck in the Eagle's favor, SR-71 crews were instructed to fly along a very specific flight path at altitudes no higher than 70,000 feet and at speeds no greater than Mach 2.8. They even began executing fuel dumps, leaving a massive streak of jet fuel in the sky to help F-15 pilots find them overhead. When even that proved not to be enough, Blackbirds were instructed to fly over a designated point in space called an intercept point, and even call
That's
out their approach
crazy.
over open radio frequencies at 1-minute intervals, starting 5 minutes out. Now, this approach, however unrealistic, gave the Eagle drivers
Super
the opportunity
duper
they
unrealistic.
needed, and they finally started racking up simulated kills against the SR-71. But the Blackbird pilots did not take too kindly to that. This time, I'll quote former Blackbird driver Captain Steve Grizenbiniak. I apologize if I mispronounced that. "After each mission, we would debrief by phone, and the F-15 drivers would report 4 AIM-7s launched, 4 kills on the Habu." Of course, Habu drivers are a competitive bunch and they're accustomed to winning, so it wasn't long before some pilots started thinking about violating the rules of engagement to put the Eagle pilots back in their place. Now, because the AIM-7 Sparrow had a semi-active radar homing guidance system, it meant the F-15 had to maintain a lock on the SR-71 all the way until the notional missile found its target. It has no
it can't
onboard
do it.
radar of its own. It's got to rely on the launching aircraft's radar. And the SR-71's electronic countermeasure pod could effectively break this lock with the flip of a switch. But we're talking about imaginary missiles here, so Grizz knew that would not have the desired effect. So instead, after another round of F-15 victories, Grizz looped around for another pass, and this time did not execute a fuel dump 5 minutes out like usual. And that's largely because he was flying 16,000 feet higher than he was supposed to be, now at 86,000 feet, and a whole lot faster than before, now cruising through at Mach 3.2. And the Eagles just never had a chance. I'll quote Grizz again. In the phone debrief after the mission, the F-15 flight lead reported 4 shots and 4 kills on the first pass, and then mumbled something about radar problems and no kills on the second pass. Grizz went on to say, even with the world's best planes, pilots, and missiles, it would take a golden BB or a lucky blind shot to bring down a Habu. And while that
that's
is a great
wild.
quote, I have to be honest, I think the F-14 might have something to say about it. Because while the F-15 was already a powerhouse, even with those dated onboard systems, it wasn't America's only top-tier fighter at the time. And the Navy's famed F-14 Tomcat was actually far better equipped for these sorts of intercepts. While the Eagle's AN/APG-63 radar was highly capable and would later be improved into
I don't believe it.
electronically scanned array radar that was even more capable, it fell well short of the massive power output and multi-targeting capabilities of the Tomcat's huge AN/AWG-9 radar and fire control system. Designed to take on entire fleets of Soviet bombers at once, the AN/AWG-9 had about double the detection range of the Eagle's radar and the ability to track 24 separate targets.
Holy
it
shit.
could guide 6 separate missiles into 6 separate targets simultaneously. And despite being based on a fairly dated design already in the 1970s, there wouldn't be a more powerful radar installed in a fighter until the F-22 Raptor entered service. But maybe even more important than the radar was the armament, because the F-14 came equipped with the now legendary AIM-54 Phoenix.
I want to know how well a Raptor does against the SR at full. No stops.
Missile. It was the longest ranged air-to-air missile
That's
in the
what I
world
want to
at
know.
the time, and flew with a combination of a semi-active seeker that took its cues from the F-14's radar, as well as its own active radar homing seeker for terminal guidance. In other words, once the missile was close enough to a target, the F-14 did not need to maintain a lock. It could let the missile guide itself. Training intercepts that pitted the F-14 against the Blackbird were known by insiders as Tomcat Chase sorties, and they were carried out over the Pacific Ocean rather than the Nevada desert, thanks to the presence of F-14 hauling aircraft carriers at sea. Just like with the F-15 though, Habu drivers did their level best to give the Tomcats a fighting chance. They flew along straight, predetermined flight paths at lower altitudes and speeds than they normally would over hostile airspace. They also maintained open radio communications, which allowed the SR-71 pilots to guide the F-14s toward their relative positions to give them a good fighting chance. The Blackbirds flew
That's
with
hilarious.
their transponders on and without their defensive countermeasures engaged, but even with better onboard technology and favorable conditions, they still struggled. I'll quote Blackbird pilot Dave Peters again. The F-14s could find us, but they couldn't do anything about it until we modified and gave them times, route of flight, speed, and altitude beforehand so they could have a pre-planned setup. The F-15s didn't do that well for quite some time. Tough as it was to spot the SR-71 overhead, once the Tomcats did, their
Yo, it's like the SR-71 is a NFL running back. And every other fighter plane is a middle school football player. A middle school lineman.
Phoenix missiles posed real problems for the Habu. With a top speed in excess of Mach 4, except when put into a ballistic flight path into the ground where it could theoretically exceed Mach 5, the AIM-54 had the speed and the range it needed to close with an airborne Habu, and thanks to its onboard seeker, it would be tougher to shake than the Eagle's Sparrows. But while the F-14 is recognized today by many as perhaps the only aircraft in the world at the time with a legitimate chance at taking down an SR-71, not all Habu drivers are convinced. This time, I'll quote Graham again. Another factor in our favor was the small guidance fins on their missiles. They're optimized in size for guiding a missile to its target in the thicker air from the ground up to around 40,000 feet. At 80,000 feet, the air is so thin that full deflection of the missile's guidance fins can barely turn it. In other words, according to Graham, in the Blackbird's high-altitude domain, missiles aren't going to be nearly as good at finding their target in the best of circumstances. And while delving into the finer points,
it wouldn't
of
be able to turn
high-altitude
fast enough.
aerodynamics is my idea of a good time. This video's
It
gone
makes
on
sense.
for long enough. Since no Phoenix missile was ever actually fired at an SR-71, I'll leave this debate up to you guys to hash out in the comments. Now, as I already mentioned to those of you who follow me on Twitter, in the process of putting together this story, I wrote a number of other articles about the SR-71, namely why the MiG-25 struggled so much to catch it, and why Sweden's JA-37 Viggens are the only foreign fighters ever to get a confirmed lock on the Blackbird. I also addressed claims made by a Soviet MiG-31 pilot that he scored an IR lock on a Blackbird, and a whole lot more. Those stories will all be going up on sandboxnews.com over the coming week or so for those who are interested. And with that ends yet another edition of Air Power from Sandbox News. I'm
Alex Hollings, S52. If you want to follow him, get after it. That is going to conclude the stream for today. We played a bit of Tarkov, learned even more about the coolest fucking plane ever created. And lost like 3 million rubles in Tarkov. It's fine. It's fine. My feelings are hurt. I hope everyone has a good day. Appreciate everybody that stopped by. You guys are awesome. Gotta make this quick before the ads drop. I will be back tomorrow morning and we will play some more Tarkov. Yeah, tomorrow morning. Hope everyone has a good afternoon.